Right, here we go. Hopefully we are live from the River Thames. Let's just have a quick look, Skeet. Yeah. Have a quick look. There we go. Right there. There's a great bunch of river users. Right. Right, we are live. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are on the River Thames. I am here with my son, and we are out for a bit of whip fishing. It's all right.
Just so you know, there's a big charity row happening. It's like 10 boats.
Yeah, that's all right. Fish don't care. So we're fishing on the river on a day. There's a charity rowing boat competition. So my son's fishing just downstream, to the left. There we go. It's a fish first chuck. There's a fish first chuck. He was complaining at me then, and his float was under. So we fished last week on the Sutton Courtney match on the river. My son came with me, and had a really good match, and won it in fact. And then my son said that he wants to compete against his dad, so we're down out on the river. We've got 2 keep nets in, and we've just brought a whip each, and this is the plan. We're going to fish on the whip and see what we can catch. We've just started, so we've come down. I'd already made the rigs up. These are little 3 metre Guru AClass whips. Rig is a 015. 015? Yeah, 015 main line. There we go, there's a better fish. A nice roach. 015 main line to a 011 bottom, I think. Size 18 hook. The sun has just come up, and we're going to see what we can catch for a few hours on the river. 1 gram floats. I think they are AS8. Let's have a quick look. I should know what I'm fishing with. These are, yeah, AS8s from Drennan. 1 gram floats. I've got a 0.8 Olivette, and then just 4 number 8s, 2 either side of the Olivette, and then 2. Nice. And that's it. So we're fishing just in front of us, and we'll see what we can catch. Got some maggot. I've got some casters. These maggots are turning to caster, so I'll have some more as the morning goes on. And then I've got some tears. There's a fish there. Some tears. Good fish. Some tears. And yeah, some tears. So it's a beautiful fish actually. And a couple of worms. This is pretty simple fishing. In fact, it's very simple fishing. Just going to keep feeding straight in front of me. A few maggots. And my son's got a net fish. Is that a little pike on there? Oh, it's a good perch. We'll do a little catch shot at the end of the day. I think people underestimate just how many fish are in this stretch of river, and what a great day's fishing you can have. It's a good perch, that. We've only been fishing 5 minutes. Put that rig upstream. Move in front. Right, do we see? Let's tilt that up a little bit. Maybe that's right, that camera. So yeah, after watching one match last week, I think my son has got the competitive bug. If I tell him we've got a pair of scales, he's probably going to get very excited in a minute. It's a good perch he's got. £half a pound fish, that is. Oh, don't drop that in, Danny. Is the line tight, and do you feel like you've got hold of the fish? Yeah, so push the whip out to tighten the line, son. And you need to hold the fish not in its belly, you need to hold the fish at its head. And then you should be hold the fish at its head. Higher at the fish's head. That's it. Now at the fish's head. So the lines, you need to push the whip out, son. Okay. The distresses of a child unhooking a fish. I'll go and unhook it for him in a minute if he struggles with it. Good job. You'll get that. Can you put that net back in between the middle of us, and then and that'd be good. So yeah, what's the time now? Just gone 8 o'clock. I do think that he might get the benefit of me fishing up river from him, but we'll see. There's fish there though, that's for sure. I'm so tempted to throw bait upstream, and last week on the match I was fishing the pole at 13 metres, and it was very clear to me that the fish, I'd fed at 12 o'clock straight in front, that the fish were sitting above the ground bait, and so rig presentation became a bit difficult, obviously. And this isn't really what these whips are designed for, but it is perfect for just coming down with minimal gear and catching some fish. There's a video on YouTube of Matt Godfrey doing something similar on a lake, but all we've got is the whips, one rig. I've got stuff to make up another rig. I suspect we're going to get hit by pike at some point, and I've left my extra hook lengths at home, unfortunately, so as soon as I bust the rig I'm going to have to tie a new hook length, but we've got spare hooks, spare hook length and stuff, so we should be fine. But I am very impressed by the instant nature. We've plumbed it up. I think there's a bit of weed on the bottom, about 4 or 6 inches deep. I need to learn more about weed in the river, but I think there's a bit of weed. So I'm just running it over the top of the weed. And I'm getting plenty of bites. I'm aware of that, son. And so we're just feeding maggot. I've got some other baits. I've got some tears. I don't know if I mentioned, I've got some tears, I've got some casters. And I've got some dendras. Some worm. Quite sure why I'm missing those bites. So when it goes down really slowly like that, son, it's because it's just getting dragged on weed. It's a little bit different than when we fish a lake and you can fish a slightly different spot. Here, a slightly different spot might have weed in it. So you have to think about that. Hope the stream's alright. Everything looks alright. A bit wonky, the camera, by the look of it. Yeah, you've hooked the bottom, so you're going to have to pull it back gently and hopefully it's going to pull out the weed. And now take that advice, you've just hooked it twice and shallow it up a little bit. Boats are starting early this morning. It's a really popular bit of the Thames. We've got boats to our left and to our right. And there is plenty of fish. What's this? Look, chublets. Just fishing double maggot on the hook. Gently, gently. You've got to let the whip do its thing. It's got a great fish on. That's a great whip fish. Another big perch. I'm trying to teach him to understand that there's no elastic in the end of this. So you can't pull quite as hard. You've got to let the whip do its thing. What a fantastic fish to be catching on the whip first thing in the morning. This is how good this is, just with fishing with some maggot on these little short rigs. Imagine how good this would be to sit here with a box and fish the pole through there today, Lewis. I think it would be phenomenal fishing. I think it'd be really good to actually fish this. Morning, everybody. You join me and my son. We're on the Thames. We've brought down minimal gear. We've brought a couple of keep nets, 2 whips, 2 pole rigs, and a bit of bait. And we're sitting on the bank because we can, just in between some boats that are moored up for the night, catching some fish. It's because the line's not tight. No, the line's not tight. That's the problem, son. The fundamental problem is the line's not tight, and then you have to do all of the compensation with your hand, and that's why it's really tricky. So if you push the whip out and hold it between your legs, then the line will be tight and everything will be easier. We'll fix that then. Okay, this is parenting live again. So stick that between your legs. That'll help make the line tight, and that'll make everything else a lot easier. I think I was the same with my dad when I was a kid. A little bleak, a big bleak actually. Oh, there we go, fish is on it. See? If you make that line tight with the whip, then everything else becomes a lot easier. So he's catching perch, and we are 5 metres apart, maybe 6 metres apart. And he's catching perch and I'm catching chublets. Oh. What's that fish? Let's see if I can camera a bit. Hopefully that should be slightly better. Only when you put a camera on your chest and start videoing do you realise that you've got a natural lean, and I guess all anglers do to compensate. It's a better fish there. It's not a better fish, but it's a beautiful fish. Oh, 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 oh. Drop that one. He is desperate to compete against his dad. I can't afford to be dropping fish. I need to keep that right next to me. I didn't trim that rig, look at that. Underarm, and I think that you're not consistently fishing in the same spot, and that's going to cause you a problem with weeds, son. So just run it through. But you've come closer to the bank, I think, because it looks to me as if you're starting to feed upstream. You can only feed in front of you, otherwise the fish will come upstream and you won't catch them, yeah? So only in front of you. Lay your rig upstream, so by the time it gets in front of you it's sitting properly, and then you're looking to catch from in front of you to the left of you. If you start chucking bait up towards me, the fish will move up the river. Chuck bait up river now. I just said don't do it. Then that's when you start to get a problem. So you're looking to catch fish in front and to your left, not to your right. Watching his rig. Okay, and then when you've got to the left, then relay it back at 1 o'clock again and feed at 12 o'clock. Oh, too big to swing, too big to swing. Well, I've had no perch, you've had 2 net perch. Underarm, son. The rig's too heavy to swim. Is that in front of you? It can't be upstream, remember? Only feed in front and lay the rig upstream. It looks to me, am I further out than you? As long as you're consistent on where you run it through, you'll be fine. This part of the river's solid with fish. Can you, son, swing the ring underarm and feed in the same place every time. Your feeding looks like it's a little bit all over the shop. No, you still try and get the rig laid out, yeah? Lewis? Like this. Still try and get the rig laid out. Otherwise you'll get a tangle on it.
I would check how long this stretch.
Yeah, hang on.
Stay home.
So the next England rowing team coming through. Oh, that's 3 fish I've dropped now. I've dropped 3 chub so far. Yeah. Coming off as I'm bringing him in. I've dropped half a pound of chub. Not that counts, but it's very simple. Olivette, 4/5 son, underarm, but all the way underarm, and then the little pull back. This is Olivette next to me going plop, plop, plop. Well, not going plop, it's going thump. I taught him last week to do it overarm because it was a little bleak rig on the drop. It's a boat traffic today. Although, as you can see, the fish just do not care. Here's my view of that. These Oxford and Cambridge style boats for boat racing going through don't seem to impact the fishing at all. He says he doesn't get a bite now. There we go. So I'm still just on double maggot. Don't see any reason to change. Catching these chub, these little chublets. Tomorrow I'm off to, I've got another club match with Sutton Courtenay Angling Club tomorrow. Off to a lake I've never fished. So I'm looking forward to that. Getting out again with the guys that I met last week. Should be good fun. I think it's going to be a bit of a bream fest. Or a lot of skimmers with some bonus carp. I'm looking forward to that, although the weather forecast is a bit ropey currently. Rain and then hail in the afternoon. So that'll be interesting. Oh, that's a lot of bleak on the end of that. So you're the same as me. Suddenly I wonder if the bleak have arrived. That's when you can start to think about, I'm going to do it now, I'm going to put a caster on. I'm going to feed once the rig is in and settled. I don't have chop worm. You can come and get a worm. Yeah. So I didn't have many bleak. Now I think the bleak have arrived. Yeah, thanks very much. So what you can do is, I think it's a reasonable thing, which is feed, put the rig in, and then feed. Son? Nice little chublet on a caster. Did you hear me? So you, to try and get away from the bleak, put your hood down a second. You can hear me. So put your rig in first, upstream, let it settle so you know it's at the bottom, and then feed. And they're still catching a little blink. But I think that might help get past the bleak. The other thing is a tear will help, or as you're going to do a lump of worm. I'll run these maggots off for caster. Is that where you're normally fishing? So I'm fishing what? Another foot out than you? Okay. I'm just checking. Make sure you feed in front. Don't feed up the river. There's definitely fish sitting right in front of me. So everyone's having a nice Saturday morning. It's early. Looks like it's going to be a reasonably sunny day. So if I get a few more bleak, then I'm going to... There's a bleak on that now. I'm going to switch and put a tear on, I think. Have a couple of runs through with a tear. Bleak. If you do that, that's what's going to get you caught in weed, and that's going to get the rig smashed up. Okay? I'm only telling you because then I'm the one that's going to have to tie the new spade end rig, right? I don't fancy tying hook lengths this morning. Right. It's alright. I'm not worried. I have to tell my kids off too. I think all dogs were fishermen at one point. All dogs like fishing. Very protective dog jumping out of a canal boat. Seen lots of bites. Bleak's found that. Certainly the bleak have arrived in my pegs. Bleak's got hold of that float. See the way it's running forwards, won't settle properly. This is probably where you want, well, if you were fishing the pole, that's when you would be grateful of a bait dropper or putting in some balls of ground bait. That's a better fish. I think it's a lovely little chub, that is. Look at that. Oh. So I think what I'm doing differently to you, if that's what you're asking, is I'm consistently fishing that same line. That's the difference. I think one of the hardest things to teach kids is to be consistent and accurate with your feeding. I think I did it when I was a kid. Cast here, cast there, cast everywhere. So again, I think you're switching where you're fishing. Well, I don't think you've got, okay, so I don't think you've got the distance. You've not got a lot of distance to fish a long line and a short line on a whip. You just need to fish at the 3 meters and that's the end of it. Because you spread the fish, there's not enough distance. If it was, you were fishing 11 meters and 16 meters, then that's fine. That's a big enough distance to separate out the fish. You know, if you're fishing 10 o'clock and 12 o'clock and the difference is 8 meters, 10 meters, fishing 2 lines, which I might do tomorrow, then that's enough to separate the fish. But 3 meters and 2.5 meters is not enough to split them. Is he looking at his float, not mine? There are plenty of floats, plenty of fish this morning. I'm not worried about dotting the rig down anymore, it's working fine. It was a little bit, to see if it will show up on the stream. Well, I'm just using the single camera. The GoPro works like a GoPro and not like a webcam, which is, I know that might sound a bit strange, but it doesn't when I've got the extra cameras. There's another fish that's dropped off. Caught it. Still catching well on this double maggot. So Blake's got hold of that. Might feed a little bit less. Might try feeding a little bit less because of the bleak, just to see if that, what's the maggot? See if that makes a difference. Just something come boil for the maggots then. Yeah, look at that. So yeah, I can see the bleak all taking the maggot now. caster, no bait. No loose feed. Bleak's grabbed it straight away. Is it not? Did I not put tool towels in? Oh. Tears. You can come and get some. They're in a bag. Just come and get some. Just take some, take a handful, or take some. You might only use 5. That's bleak. Just fish with caster from the kind of chucks. And not put any feed in. So when I feed maggot now, I can see the bleak take all the maggots. So I'm just going to not feed for a little bit. Bleak down the bottom of the... right down towards the bottom of the river. Right, let's try a tear. With the tear, hook it so there's loads of hook showing, yeah? Don't bury the hook in the tear, because you can't strike through the tear very easily. So only hook it with most of the hook showing. Don't know why that float's sitting down. Additional weight of the tear. I thought you'd say that straight away. Well, you need to remember, the perch isn't going to eat the tear. The bleak's not going to really eat the tear. So you're only going to get bites from roach and chub and dace. And I think that's the... oh, I'm striking that off. Change through a piece of... did you take the worms? Oh. Put another double maggot back on. So as soon as you try and be consistent on where you're fishing, you're casting that in my peg, and I don't know why suddenly you're fishing in my peg and you're not fishing running through the same spot. Yeah, run through the same spot. Run through the same spot and feed in the same spot. If you fish all over the place, your chances of catching are reduced, they're not increased. Okay? Now I'm back to maggot. I had one run through on a tear, and I wasn't sure, so I've just switched back. I was going to put a piece of worm on, but they're over by you. No, so what's happening now, son? Suddenly I've got overhand casts thumping an Olivette into my peg. Bless him. Teach him the way. Okay. It's got the danger of turning into a bleak match, this is. Another good fish on there. Don't put it too hard. Let the whip do its job. Anything you've got to worry about is a pike. Well, it looks like it's a perch, so the pike. What is it? It's a good roach, is it? Huh? Its fins were orange, so I think we're good with it. It's a roach. Yeah, it's a good roach. It's a nice fish, that, son. Was that on a tear or maggot? So those tears are so heavy that, you know, it's dotting the float right down. I'll run through a little bit with a couple of tears on a few runs, I think. Just had a bite there, so let's keep it up. Yeah, the flow has increased. We're fishing just down from the weir gates in this part of the Thames, and I think the lock keeper's woken up and increased the flow. Yeah, so that tear will dot my float straight down to a pimple. Does it? When I put the tear on, it dots the float right down. because I've got a tear on, and when I put a tear on, it dots my float right down. Makes me think maybe you're fishing nearer the bottom still, and I'm not. This boat's coming down. Coxus 4. I get to learn the right phrases for boats, I guess. I'm calling that a Coxus 4. Bunch of crazy canoe duos coming down. I have to switch to a maggot and show them catching a fish. Back to chub. Next boat's coming down.
Just to let you guys know and tell the other boat as well. Don't go on the right.
So on the coxes.
Stay on the side.
So on the left. Left of the cox. Left of the cox. For the cox.
That's a very good idea, because that means 10 points to Gryffindor.
So just stay on the
There's some slight issue with one of the boats. Bleak's got hold of that. Bleak are the smallest fish you're going to catch in the river. They generally come in big shoals and they don't weigh much. You can catch big weights at them if you are set up for it properly. It's a style of fishing that I haven't really practiced. I think you can probably happily have £1.50, £2 an hour if you are concentrating on catching these bleak. You can see all the maggots disappearing. You fish with a pencil style float on the drop, designed to hook fish up in the water and catch one every few seconds. You could build a weight of these, but it's not what I'm here for today. I'd like to get through them. I might put a piece of worm on in a minute. But that's a bleak. It's got an upturned mouth. It's used to feeding on the top of the water. I'll start chucking that in. That's a bunch of casters and stuff in that. Still also, everything's gone eaten by the bleak. So it's a pretty good first hour. And some chubs and roach. Got bleak moved into the peg now, and the question's going to be how to maintain catching some better fish. I might have to put a worm on. And hopefully the bleak will leave that alone. I don't know how to get that back from there. Soccer skills. Yeah, they're just turning into casters, both those maggots. Give them a go. See if that produces anything different. I think so. Where the float's bobbing, the bleak's got it already. So let's try another run with a tear. Underarm, son. Yeah, but you can do that underarm still. And don't forget, the rig's got to settle, so what is it? You got to think about how you're presenting it. You see where it flicks back on itself because you're trying to really overextend. You will tangle the rig. Just run it through the same spot and keep feeding and be consistent. That's what the fish want. They want consistency. They don't want the Olivette slamming into the water like that, making that big splash. You know, that's not what they're after. That's a better fish. Oh, came off. Is anything there? Is that chub? Is it chub? Okay, it's a chub then. Cheeky. It'll be a British record gudgeon if it is, I think. Definitely get fish down in the left hand side of the run there on tears, although as ever I am missing plenty of bites. I think it's due to the size of the fish, their ability to yeah, it's a fine wire hook. It means you've been too forceful with it. Yeah, it's a fine wire hook, son. If you're pulling too hard, yeah, maybe the size of hook, maybe the size of fish has caused it to snap, but I suspect it's not. There's no spare hook length. You're gonna have to bring it over, and I'm gonna have to tie you a hook length. Yeah, there's no spare hook lengths, so I'm gonna have to tie a new one for you. Unless you want to try tying a spade end, but I don't think you do. No. So just wait a second.
Maggots? I don't have maggots.
Are all yours casters?
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't matter, by the way. Casters are better than maggots.
No, because I've got
No, casters.
casters and casters.
Yeah, but casters are. What do you mean, casters and casters? You not fished maggot today, no?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah. It's the whole pot is casters, is it?
Yeah.
It wasn't when I put the maize in it this morning.
Yeah, I know.
The maggots are on the bottom. You realise that, yeah? Just let me have this run through, and then I'll tie the hook length. Yeah, bring it over. No, I need the little tackle box. Yeah, and I want to see your bait box then. Oh, park run. I want to see. Oh, look at that. I think it was London Marathon going on. They do love a park run on a Saturday down here, don't they? Yeah, so there's loads of maggots. They are turning to casters though. There's nothing wrong. Casters are better, son. You know, casters cost more expensive. It's a more premium bait than maggot. Certainly the fish here in the river will be very happy from all those casters. I just wanted to catch one more fish. And then I'll tie the hook length. Oof. That's a bleak. Huh? Link fell off. That's a bigger fish. That's snapped me up. Wow. Did you see that? It's just snapped me up. Straight on the hook. Right, it's tied 2 hook lengths. What was that then? Chub? What's that, a chub? It's a big chub, that is. Right, let's tie us a bare hook length then. Right, never fishing on the whip here again. Gonna have to just fish on the rod.
One dead fish.
There's a floater, is there? See, I'm tempted now. Should I just change that to an 015 hook length? But no. No, because it's an 015 mainline. So if you come here and look at this. No, no, please don't. Please don't. Please don't. Just let it run down the river. There's going to be loads coming down. He's opened the weir. Just leave it. Let it run past us. No, no, don't fish in the river with a net. Don't, please, son. Son, stop. Put the net back down and stop standing right up by the side of the river. Thank you. Just let it run down the river. Oh, I wonder how big that chub was now. It was a decent fish for sure. I assume it was a chub. It's either a chub or a big perch. One of the two. So what were we fishing? We were fishing 6-inch hook lengths, which are probably about that. Use that pole winder. That's the marker. That's longer than 6 inches. Son, so this is longer than 6 inches. Bruce? It's longer than 6 inches. So that means the rig's now deeper, which means you'll need to shallow up just a little bit. Yeah? You alright? Okay, so that is longer. That's longer than it was. It would have been to about there. Okay, so you've got to shallow it up by about that much. Do you understand? Yeah, do you understand? Well, no, I'm telling you, the hook length is now running from there to there, and it would normally run from about there to there, so it's that much deeper. So you need to shallow the float up by the length of the body and the bristle. In fact, that sounds all too complicated. So I'll just shallow it up for the length of the body and the bristle. Now it should be the same depth as it was. Okay? Lovely consideration for other. So we've had, what's that? How many boats have we had come down? 8 boats come down, and then she decides that she needs to drive it down like it's a jet ski without any consideration for anyone else. She wasn't even looking, do you know what I mean? So, 7 nice sets of boat people. 1 slightly stupid set of boat people. Well, in fact, not boat people, just her. Wasn't the people on the boat. What's that? Okay. Yeah, just bear in mind at some point I expect a pike to turn up. Based on all the fish we're catching and noise we're making. Angler wandering down the river. Sadly, no sign of a land in that. A spinner in his hand. Right. Just shallow this rig up. Just that little bit. That should be about it. Okay. I'm sure I'm going to miss the chub straight again. Okay, move back off here. Okay. Bleak everywhere by the look of it. I don't know if that's... Am I giving you the right whip back? Son? Son? I don't know. I think we might have accidentally... Have we accidentally switched whips? Have we? I don't think... Do you understand the question? Have I accidentally switched the whips over? Huh? Have I? Well, that's no good. Huh? Well, because yours is set for the depth for your rig and mine's are set for the depth for my peg. Yeah, I think yours is different to mine. This was yours. Just interestingly, is it put on the bottom safely? Safely put it on the bottom. I know, because I dropped my Olivette down. So, interestingly, so that's the difference. So I'm a float length different to you. It just looked wrong on mine. Well, it's just a bleak at the top of the water, yeah. I think that's the case anyway. It didn't look like my rig. Straight into a bleak. Dogs running around 100 miles an hour behind us currently. The owners are just standing there chatting like it's kids at a soft play. Just don't care for what the dogs are doing. That's a bird of fish. That's a chub, son. Nice little chub. Well, you might want to set yours a bit deeper, like a float length deeper, and see if you can run it through without it getting snagged on the bottom. Were you? Well then don't do it. Don't do it if it's going to put you into weed. Son? You've just made it shallower. Maybe you need to get that plummet back out and re-plumb the depth. Right, so where are we? We're an hour in. Catching absolutely loads of fish. Bleak, roach, perch, chub. I think I've hooked a good quality chub straight on the hook. Just a Guru fine wire micro barb hook that we're using, which is perfect for the fish we're catching, and then unfortunately it's not great for, you know, massive chub or massive perch, which I clearly hooked a minute ago. So you could just fish this with a stick float, and then, you know, the issues with the hooking the chub or whatever it was wouldn't happen, yeah? Bleak central straight away. And now I've got a bit of a dilemma. I could put a worm on to try and not get the bleak. In fact, I'll fish a tear again in a minute. I think if I could put a piece of worm on, but then if there is some bigger chub, I'm just going to catch another one and hook another one, and then it's coming off. So I think I'll switch back to a tear and then try and stick for better quality roach, dace and chub, little chublets. So be consistent with where you're fishing. But did you hear me earlier when I said that you can't separate between those two lines? There's not, yeah, I know, but it's not an, okay. So you need to eliminate the big thump with the Olivette by doing it underarm. And there's not much differential, it's not car. There's not enough difference between that short line and that long line. And if you're feeding the two, you just risk splitting your fish and catching less. Okay? Can you do it underarm, or is that too much of a difficulty now? Because it looks like it's just overarm every time. And that thump, there's a bleak on there. There's a bleak because the float won't settle. All the time you put that in, and that rig is, that float is lying at 45 degrees, there's a bleak on the end. Striking those tears off quite a lot. Will it eat bleak? Yes. No. When you catch a fish, its idea of then trying to go and eat something else is kind of like, I don't really fancy that. So no, you don't have to worry about the perch in your net eating the bleak in your net. Huh? I can't hear you. I said you don't have to worry about the perch eating the bleak in your keep net. The perch has had a big old shock and it doesn't want to eat anything right now. to try and resolve these issues about hooking these tears. It could be that the fish are too small, and that's why I'm just not hitting them. I do need to speak to a seasoned river angler about fishing tears and the amount of missed bites. There's plenty of hook points showing. I just wonder if the smaller fish are just grabbing the tear, smaller roach. It can't be these chublets, because these chublets' mouths are big enough. That looks alright then. So the fine pencil float with the shot down the line, designed to catch bleak and fish on the drop, is an overhand cast. And the 1 gram Olivette rig, designed to get down to the bottom, is an underarm cast. Bleak eating all those maggots. I might feed a few tears, I think. It's a lovely bite, and for some reason I strike and then there's nothing there. Need to work that out. Okay, I don't know. It's either with the way that I hook the tear, but I don't think that can be the problem. I'm not burying the hook in the... If I was burying the hook in the tear with, you know, then I could understand it. I'm not doing that. There's plenty of hook points showing, so I just think it's the fish. See that? That's either a perch or a pike chasing that bleak, or that roach, whatever it is. No bait on those. Oh, yes. Right, I'm going to take the top off. It's getting a bit warm. Cast that. So if you're just joining us, we're fishing on the River Thames this morning with a couple of 3-metre whips just sitting on the bank. We've caught loads of bleak, roach, chublets, some better perch. My son's had those. I've not had any good perch at all. Got plenty of fish. Thought we'd come down for a few hours this morning. See what we can catch. It's got very simple rigs. I'll go through the rig in a second. struggle to believe that cast is still on there to get that far down without a bite. Strange. It's a blink. So let's go through the rig. Size 18 Guru fine wire hook. Put that there, hopefully you can see that. Fine wire hook from Guru. 011 bottom. One dropper, number 8. Okay, there should be 2. Hold on, let me fix the rig. It's great when you realise that there's one number 8 dropper and there's just 2. Right, put it down here. Okay, let's go through that. So, size 18 Guru fine wire micro barb hook, 6 inches or so of 011 hook length. I've got 2 number 8 droppers. I've got a 0.8 Olivette, and that goes to a 1 gram AS8 hook float from Drennan. Just fishing a 3 metre whip from Guru 015 mainline. And that's the setup for the day. Which I'll have to do again for camera because that's that was a little bit weird. So I'll just go through the setup that I'm using. Size 18 fine wire hook from Guru to 011 reflow power, 2 number 8 droppers, then a 0.8 Olivette just with a number 8 either side, to a 1 gram AS8 from Drennan. That's the rig. And I've got 015 mainline on a 3 metre Guru whip, which is A-class I think it is, yeah. Fishing just off the bottom, or a few inches off the bottom, 6 inches or so to clear the weed. And we've had a fantastic night last hour. The fish don't care about the boats. This is boat number 10 I think. I think I'd rather be sitting on the bank fishing, catching than rowing a boat down the river, to be honest. I'm just going to switch. I bought a bag of like half a pint of cast on boat number 11, coming straight off the boat number 10. There's a bleak on the end of that. See, is there 2? Oh, there they are. Right, these casters are just what I ran off. There we go. Let's just feed caster for a while. Are you on maggot? Are you? You're getting loads of bites. So, we'll just, you know, check things out. You know, do you need to replumb the line? Just check the depth. Make sure you're fishing, putting the rig in at 1 o'clock, pulling it back slightly, feeding at 12 o'clock consistently. And you should be getting a bite of chuck still. Double maggot on the hook. You should get a bite of cast. Is that rig laid in at 1 o'clock? So you know, lift that up. Is that a plummet on? Now plummet. No. Now put it in again. Put it in again. Right, plummet there. Right, so you're way over bottom, yeah? So shallow that up until you're about 4 inches off the bottom. What you just did earlier was you swang the plummet out, so it was forwards. That's not where you're fishing. And then, so pull the float up about, you've got to pull that float up. Yeah, but pull it from the body of the float. If you're going to push it upwards, you'll pull it upwards, yeah? No, shallower, sorry. So we'll go the other way. Be careful how you pull that down. Now check it again. That float needs to go under. Right, start feeding maggots and casters. Let's see if we can catch some roach. Look at those chublets back. Trying to help him plumb it up at the same time. So plumb it again. But where you going to hold it? You don't hold it. Do you hold it at arm's length? So you need to shallow it up again. You've got to pull the float towards the plummet. You need to make it shallower. Hey, thanks. And then plummet again. Yeah. So it's about 4-6 inches under the water, is it? Is that a yes? Okay. That's where you want it. It's very busy on the river today. It's getting very busy on the river, I should say. So be consistent with putting that float in at 1 o'clock. And feeding at 12 o'clock. Every cast. Top of that, it's a big old bleak. Look at that. It's a good ounce bleak nose. Be consistent with where you're putting it and where you're feeding it. That feels like you are You've plumbed in one place and then suddenly you're fishing in a different one. Try another cast up. Not going to feed this time. Is that where is that sort of the line that you've plumbed it on? Because it looks like it's not. Let's try tear again. Fish tear, feed caster. Let's try this. It's a nice little chublet, that. And finally. I'll match you. Had mine on a tear, finally. I do think it's the size of the bait, because the tears, they can't squash them, yeah? So because you can't squash the tear, the fish can't squash it, it's definitely got to have a mouth that's big enough to eat the tear. You know, with casters and maggots, you know, they can squash them and that type of stuff. And I think that's the thing. You have got to have a you know, 3 ounce plus or 2 ounce plus fish to catch them on a tear. I think that's why I missed quite a few bites on tears. And probably what I meant to do is, if I fish a tear and I get bites and don't hit them, is to realise that the fish aren't big enough to catch on tears, and to not consistently run it through. What has? Yeah, it's varying for sure. It's going fast and slow. Just going to keep feeding this caster. Trying to learn as much as I can about fishing the river in one season. So if we wanted to come and fish here along these pegs on the pole, which is what I really want to do, we need to remember we need to come at about 10 o'clock, because at 10 o'clock the boats have gone, right? Most of the boats that are moored are unmoored and they're off for the day. If we come before, we just find a load of boats. Right, a couple more runs with this tear and then I will switch. Cracking bites. Striking, there's just nothing there. Yeah, still got all the shots on the float. A maggot again. Right. Let's go back to caster, I think. What do you mean taking it back to the start? Just looking at him. Oh, okay, that's a bit big to swing, that is, son. You made the same mistake as I made. See if I can not make the mistake you just made. Here, you got to get the swing it back and then lean backwards. Quick, Nick. Lovely little chum that is. So this is on caster. Is that on caster you're fishing now? Yeah. So the casters should always pick out the better quality fish. Well, there's loads of maggots in the bottom, but what have you been feeding? Casters all day? Yeah. These are a bit big for a whip, really. Huh? I don't know what to say to my son when he says that. Because I'm older, been fishing for longer. Because I got more fish in my peg, I don't know. I think you're catching just as well as I am, by the way. I think it's only I reckon within the next half an hour, one of us is going to catch another fish that's going to break the rig. You're going to have to bring that back really slowly to not tangle it. Within half an hour, we're going to catch another fish. Oh, there's a swing. Oh! It hit the side of the net. It wriggled out my hand. That's slightly frustrating. These are good chublets. You know, these are good 4 ounce fish. Maybe these are 4 ounce fish. Look at those, and there's lots of them. That one's not, but they're still really good. Can you undo the rig? Is it okay or is it not? Son? Do you think you can do it or not? Answer me. Son? 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 Just... Do you think you can do it or not? Does anyone else kids not answer them when you ask them questions? Mine doesn't. Right. Is that where you plumbed it and where you're fishing it, or is that suddenly shorter again? It's not where you plumbed it. Right, what have I got? I've got about half a pint, 3/4 of a pint of caster. So let's get that in. So within half an hour, okay, so it's 10, just before 10, before 10:30, one of us is going to catch, that's a bit big to swing, one of us is going to catch a fish. I'm going to catch a pike doing that. One of us is going to catch a fish that's going to break us. Alright, that's my prediction. Huh? A bleak broke your rig. What now? I haven't got a clue what he's saying. I'll just keep fishing. So if you're joining us, it's just about 10 o'clock. We're fishing on the Thames, where we live in Abingdon, and we're catching on little 3-metre whips. A very simple pole rig, 1 gram with an Olivette, size 18, fine wire hook. We've been here since 8 o'clock and we've had a bite of chuck. He's had, we caught plenty of bleak, chublets, we've had a few roach, my son's caught a few perch. I've hooked a fish that's straightened me out. Straighten the hook out. It's only a fine wire hook from Guru. So I think it was a bigger chub. I was fishing double maggots. It could have been a big perch. Or maybe it was a barbel. Maybe it was a 10-pound barbel I hooked. Maybe. Started by fishing maggot, catching on double maggot. And then bleak arrived. I've just switched to feeding caster and fishing caster, and we're just picking out a few better quality chublets. Although for the last 2 runs, I don't think I've had a bite. There we go, there's a bite down the end. Again, not really a swingable, well, on the border of what I want to swing with this rig, to be honest. That's a lovely chublet. So it's really interesting to see the change from when feeding maggots and fishing maggots and then, you know, getting loads of bleak, to just exclusively feeding caster and fishing a caster, now catching lots more chublets. My bleak seem to have disappeared and I'm catching chublets. I'm still catching the odd bleak, I think, but not as many. Well, down the maximum of the run that I can do with this whip. Hold it back. Might get a bite. No, let's just redo it. So yeah, sun is out. There's been around a dozen rowboats go through, you know, Oxford boat race style. In some charity event, one of them said came through. A few canal boats, a few other motorboats. Fish don't seem to care at all, not at all. We're not fishing in the middle, admittedly. It's a big old bleak, that is, son. It's a really big bleak. There's certainly a marked difference feeding maggot and fishing maggot to then switching to feeding and fishing caster, which I did expect. He says he goes and hooks another bleak. Another what? Yeah, I think next time, I'll tell you what we need. We need another short landing net handle, the same as that, Lewis. Yeah, but it's nothing for us to put another landing net in that keep net bag and then another one of those handles, is it? To stop us swinging some fish that we don't really want to swing. Hook length spinning up there. Just still feeding, you know, plenty of cast to every cast. As long as you don't get a fish that pulls the whip straight out into the river, that'll be cool. Don't know how much benefit he gets because he's down the river from me. Whether that makes it more difficult or easier. Does he get the benefit of the bait churning along the bottom? Or does he have the problem with the fish want to sit above where he's fishing? Because they're sitting between me and him. We're only fishing about 6 meters apart. Okay, there's a few, last few bites, no fish. That's the first pike attack of the day. Well, the pike's found you. Now you've got to be. Now you're in big trouble, son.
Oh my god.
Yeah. What's bigger than my one? I don't think so. Okay, so now we've got. So my son. No, I don't think so. So my son has just caught a fish, and the pike has come and jumped out the water trying to grab it. So I expect you're going to hook it soon. Okay. So the thing that you have to remember if you do hook it is to not pull it hard. Okay. If you're going to stand any chance of getting the fish out, if a pike grabs it, you're going to have to bring it, you have to lift the whip up slowly, yeah? Because you've got the weight of the fish versus the current in the river, and you're fishing a 0.11 bottom. Okay, which is about a 3-pound breaking strain. So we've definitely got a pike in our peg. No. Because what would you do now? You get a spinning rod and start chucking a spinning rod. Just, yeah, maybe. Unsurprisingly, you know, pikes can cause problems in your peg, or not unsurprisingly, pikes can cause a problem because the fish don't want to hang around in the peg where there's a pike trying to eat them. But based on last time with your sister, that pike's going to keep doing it now until you hook the pike, and then that's going to put the pike off. Huh? Did he? Plenty of bites. Just clear the dust off my phone a little bit. But I did say at 5 to 10 that within half an hour one of us was going to catch a fish that was going to break us. And maybe that's going to be you, and maybe it's going to be because a pike has grabbed your fish. Pike will attack everything. There, bring it out. Oh wow, the pike did go again. Okay. Huh? Right, I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop fishing for a bit. I'm just going to show you. Right. Let's just see if I can manoeuvre into a place where we can get my son on camera fishing for this. See if he's going to hook this pike, or to get this pike strike on camera. I think if I just come around here a little bit, it shouldn't. Oh, cramp in my leg. So hopefully we'll be able to see this now. So he's just fishing the same as me. Just fish exactly the same way as you were. So everything's still in the same place. Everything's in the same place, and the rig's in the same place. Fish in the same place. Is that the same place? Because you're sitting like a foot away from the bank now. Huh? You sure? Son, just fish exactly as you were, otherwise you've changed everything, and then, you know? I'll just move here. See if we can catch pike attack live for a bit. So it's taken how long? It's taken 2 hours for the pike to find us. So twice the pikes practically cleared the water.
It's missed.
Yeah. There's no consistency of where you're fishing at all, is there? Or where you're feeding. Do you think every time you put that bait in a different place, the fish need to move to try and get it, yeah?
Move anyway.
Huh?
They need to move anyway.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. They're excessively moving though, aren't they? Where are you hooking the fish? At the back of the swim, or?
Not there, but that's where I'm getting a good chunk. I'll do it in
But not that fast, surely. Right, then it's just another run through. It's nothing to do with it was down there and you dragged it up then. I feel if I carry on fishing for a minute, he's going to hook that pike straight away again. I think that's the pike out there, right? So yeah.
Little fish swimming away.
Yeah. So there's definitely a pike. feeding in his peg.
Down there.
Well, you're fishing caster. Okay. No, yeah, there you go. There's the pike. Have you hooked it?
Yes.
Right, gently, gently. You can't do anything.
Get the hook.
Gently, landing net. You've got the landing net. You can land it. You can land it. So all you're going to do is hold it. You need to try and hold it at an angle. Always at an angle. That's broken you off.
That's unfair. You didn't get the net.
There's nothing about me getting the net. Please, let's not have a big argument about it. Now, that pike should take the hint and disappear. Where's it broken you? Has it broken the hook length? Yeah, good, it has. Right, let's start a new hook length. So all you have to try and remember is to keep a bend in that setup. But I caught it on camera, I think. I need to wiggle that in my face, didn't it? So I wasn't wrong. I said something was going to break us up. Huh? Is it? Can you get down a little bit? Don't want to.
So whilst you do this, you use your...
No, please don't. Just wait a minute. You're welcome to go home today and tie some hook lengths. Okay, it's cooperation on stream. I got that live on stream, everyone. See that? My son. You can tie some hook lengths. Straight out, no. Just joining us, fishing on the River Thames on a local Abingdon stretch. I've been fishing for a couple of hours, catching loads of bleak and chublets and perch and all sorts. In the last 15 minutes, pike has started actively feeding in my son's peg, which is only 5 meters away from my peg. It's twice it jumped for a fish, and then the third time it successfully grabbed a fish. I caught it on camera, so I should have a little recording of it, hopefully. Unfortunately, it's nothing about the net, okay? It's about you keeping a bend in the whip as much as you can, and then you netting the fish. You don't need me to net the fish. You know, you get that fish's head up, you know, it's just going to come gliding across the top and you're going to net it. It's going to be simple. The net's next to you. Unfortunately, the fish lunge, I think what you've got to try and do is to try and get its head up relatively quickly so it thrashes about on the top, I think. But bear in mind, you know, we're not fishing gear to get that pike out. Oh. If we'd have fished gear to catch the pike, we'd have probably sat here for 2 hours and not caught anything. That's the trade-off with this type of fishing at the river. Do you want to fish for the pike, or do you want to catch a load of fish? Well, then the only way to change that is you have to not fish the whip and you have to fish a rod and fish a stick float. Because if you fish the stick float, you've got a better chance of getting the pike out. All right. Now you can bait the hook up. You understand me? So next time we come, we'll bring stick floats, which will give you a better chance to get the pike out, and it will give better. Huh? Well, you catch the small fish on the stick float, we'll have more chance of getting the bigger fish out when we catch them. The idea of this whip fishing was it was easy, we didn't have to bring a lot of gear, and want to see what we can have, you know. But next time, stick floats, and I won't lose that chub or big perch that I hooked. These rigs are set up to catch us what we can. Anyway, we're catching plenty, as you can see. I don't know about him, but there's this nervous anticipation now of any fish that's going to get hooked. He's going to get chased by a pike. The only thing you need to do, son, is not encourage it. Okay? Yeah. Yeah, I don't think you do, but just... do your best to get those fish out of the water as quickly as you can. So the pike doesn't get them. So it's always the same sort of scenario. When I fished on the feeder and I caught the pike, that was after a couple of hours. When I was with your sister, it was maybe after an hour, hour and a half. That's, you know, that's when the pike, I think, start to pay attention to what's going on. It's sort of 3 times now. When it's been after an hour or something like that. And the pike is suddenly interested. Just going to keep fishing caster, feeding caster. Well, you've got a pike ravaging the fish in your peg. Just be consistent, sit back down, keep putting the float at 1 o'clock where you've been fishing before, feed in the same place at 12 o'clock, and get back to that consistency, and then you'll start to catch. But you need to be consistent. Sit back down with your legs over the end. Well, yeah, but the reason I'm saying that to you, son, is because you're fishing at least a foot in a different place. You are, because you've now got the pole, you've now got the whip on your arm, on your elbow, not your hand, and you're sitting a foot back from the bank. So you're changing where you're fishing. That's a bite, by the way. You're changing where you're fishing, so you know that's probably why you may not be catching, or you know your fish have decided to just swim away for a little bit, the fish in your peg, because they don't want to get eaten. No, please no, don't do that. That's exactly what I said don't do. Actively trying to hook the pike. Please don't. Okay? We're not here to hook the pike. Huh? No, son. Son. For the benefit of you and everyone watching on the stream, try and get the fish out as quick as you can and not hook the pike. Son? It's only slowed down in the pegs, which I guess is a result of the pike swimming around. Should be in your box, your bait box. Well, can you put it in your bait box? Son? Yeah? And you won't lose it. I'm just going to keep running this through. This fish are back, I think. At that little chublet and then a bite straight away. Keep feeding this caster I've got. I suspect it is only a matter of time until I hook another proper chub. You'll get it out. You shouldn't need a disgorger to unhook a hook that's in a keep net. You should just be able to do it with your fingers. Well, use the disgorger if you have to, but it shouldn't be too hard. Okay, all right. I'll leave you to do it. To break the hook. Not holding the line. Suddenly the bleak have arrived again. And lots of them. What's the matter? You can't unhook it from the top of the keep net. Fair looked at whatever that was. Right. Just see if I can sort this out without dropping the stream. Okay, you've ruined the hooks. If you the hook is completely bent now. Doesn't matter if that hook comes out or not. The hook has been completely bent. You've broken the hook length. So, tie another hook length time. We've only got a couple more hooks, so I need to remember. Bring more hook lengths when I come fishing with my son. Right. Time now on. Quick. You bring your rig over then. I suspect I'm going to tie this rig for him. He's going to go straight back out and hit that pike again. I don't know about you, but that's, in my books, that's pretty quick hook length time. Right, let's get back to it. Got about another, we can fish up until 12 o'clock, I think it is. Okay, that would have been 4 hours. After that run through, can you bring me the worms over? I fancy trying a little bit of worm. Can you successfully throw the box to this area and I don't have to walk? Straight back on the chub. Nope. You just saw a bite then. I mean, then there's another bite. So there's 2 bites within 3 seconds of you saying you don't get bites. Huh? Just be consistent. Consistent where you put the float and consistent where you feed, and you'll get bites. The pike will, you know, scatter the fish, I'm sure. But then they'll return. Well, I think I'm doing all the things I'm telling you to do. I think my son's fishing homework this week might be to watch this video about how many times I've told him to fish in the same place. And to try and be consistent. Just thinking, actually, because of where I'm fishing, in terms of I'm fishing off the bottom, if I do put a bit of worm on, it's going to drag the float under. Yeah, maybe. It's a very nice roach.
How many do you think you've caught?
We've caught a fish a chuck for the last 2.5 hours. And anything from bleak, chublets. He's hooked a pike 3 times.
Yeah, we both fish here quite often. We float fish here.
Yeah,
Occasional quiver dipping.
yeah. This is just very simple. not much stuff to bring, and it's working out quite well. I think I've hooked a chub or a better perch that's broke me off earlier, but that's the consequence. But it's solid with fish.
No, I never have. I've never fished the pole. These came after I started. How long is that whip you're using?
3 meters.
3 meters.
10 foot? Is that 10 feet? I never
10 foot. And I'm probably 6 inches off the bottom. There's weed that's about that deep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just running it over the weed. Oh, now I'm under pressure.
The key thing is having a nice shore.
Yeah, you got to stay in contact with it all the time.
Are you using a single maggot?
Single caster. So I was feeding maggot for the first hour, fishing double maggot. Caught plenty of fish. Then the bleak arrived, and the bleak are these small, less than an ounce fish. And then you're in trouble. You've got to work out how to get through them. And you can do that either by fishing a tear, which is like a seed. No, I'm using casters. Casters.
Oh yeah. I used to call those crystal legs. Yeah. Yeah, I used to in my day. I haven't done for a while. But they used to be quite reasonable. It's a maggot focused on the nerve. It goes to a stiff shell. It's not moving. Still got the sort of juice inside. It's the same sort of stuff. What it means is when you get maggot keeper, they change to chrysalis eventually. Yeah, they get 2 or 3 days old. Right, let's go. I think we're probably distracting the gentleman.
It's all right. It's the way it goes.
Hey,
That's your one more.
Tight lines.
Yeah, thank you. Fuel tank. Check your rig's all right. No, check it is. Okay. Well, he's not that old. That gentleman. I think whips have been used for hundreds of years. To a certain or lesser degree. Son, underarm. You don't need to do it fast. But you're disturbing the fish. You get that, yeah? So the more you slam that Olivette in, the more you're going to spook the fish in your peg, the less fish you're going to catch. It's not designed to be cast overhand. myself here. Woo! Hello, pike. I don't know if everyone saw that. Huh? I don't know if everyone saw that. I hope you did. Or maybe it's a little too high, the camera. Right, I'm going to move it down a little bit now. I think that camera's a little bit too far down. Maybe you didn't see it. If you saw that, you're in chat. Let me know if you saw that pike. Okay, we're not here to catch the pike. Okay? No, we're not. We're here to catch other things, not the pike. Enjoy watching the pike jump out of the river. Enjoy getting the fish out before the pike gets them. We're not here, says the person who has to tie the new hook lengths. We're not here to catch the pike. Turn the brightness up a little bit. So I think we can definitely come and dead bait along this section, son. But I do agree that that's attracting them even more. But so will a very attractive, smelly mackerel sitting on the bottom attract them. Okay, it's like an expert in every type of fishing. He just says no. Is attractive. But it's also attractive when you've got a free dinner. These fish are not free dinner. This pike's having to work hard to try and get these fish, and he's not succeeding. Or he or she's not succeeding. He's still having this conversation. I wonder what 11-year-old me was like. But 11-year-old him is definitely nope. Nope. So 11:15, it was just after when the pike struck. Okay, so I want to try and find that timestamp later. Underarm, son. Going to get attacked. That's a big old chub. I pulled it out as quick as I could pull it out. Can we not let's not lose anything about the fact it was an absolutely cracking chub to catch on the whip. certainly loads of fish here, that's for sure. I knew that anyway, but even more so do I believe that now that we've got I'm learning a little bit more about getting through the bleak and fishing an Olivette rig to get it down quicker and that type of stuff. Certainly a lot of quality roach and chublets through this stretch. I think after this cast I will nick a tiny piece of worm on just to have a look. Or the next fish I'll nick a little bit of worm on. See what that produces. I suspect just another little chublet. Maybe some smaller red worms actually from the compost. That might be a better. That might be a good idea for the perch. But not the big fat dendrobinas that I've got. Good morning if you're joining. What is it? Okay, Son took the pike again. You pulled too hard. You pulled too hard. Is it broken you or has it just come off? Yeah. It's alright, you can't do anything about it. Right, it's not the gear for catching the pike. I'm just getting a bit annoyed. Huh? Well, I don't think you are. Now I've got a choice, I can change that from a 011 to an 015 hook length. But is it if it's biting you off, which I think it is, there's nothing that we can do anyway. Yeah, but then the whole rig's 015, and then what snaps? Okay, so you got to think about. I haven't got 014. I've got 015 for the main line and 011 for the. I haven't got 013. I've got 011 for the hook length. I think I'll change it to 015, the whole rig. Let me do that. I'll take the risk.
I think I had a good perch or something there as well.
You just have to remember, when you do it, you might as well just hold it, not pull it. Okay? You just need the pike. Remember what pike do? Remember, right? When we caught the pike, they thrash about for a bit and then they stop. Yeah? So the skill is just going to be trying to have a slight bend in the whip if you can, while it does its thrash, thrash, thrash and then stops. Okay? No, well, there's nothing on the rules that say you can't, but I think if you were to look at general Environment Agency fishing rules, it would say no, and I would always tell you no, because the pike's mouth is full of sharp teeth. And there's a good chance that the pike will bite the keep net, right, and just get stuck with its mouth stuck in your keep net, with a mouthful of keep net stuck on its teeth, and that is not good for the fish. Make sense? I think that no response. I'm starting to learn about my son. I think no response is I've heard you, but I don't really like the answer, Dad. I think he's intrigued about a pike and a keep net and seeing it eat all of his fish that he's caught. Right. So you're now on 015 to 015 What do you mean? No. Look, it's biting you off there. You're breaking there. So you take the whole hook length off. So you bite through that hook length there, and then reattach the new hook length.
It's just lazy and then it swans off.
Oh.
And it snaps.
Right, now just don't mention it to this guy that's got a lure on that's just gone and sat up next to you behind that boat, alright? Guy's fishing, he's got no landing net with him. No nothing. Some people are just not, I don't know, advised on what you need to do if you come from. Needs to have a sign on this part of the river that just says, you know, you need this equipment to come fishing. Probably most importantly, you actually need a license to fish it, which I suspect quite a few people don't, because we've been fishing this stretch for a year now. I've not seen anyone from the council. No one checks any tickets. I've not seen anyone checking any rod licenses either from the EA. Yeah, you do see a few lure fishermen fishing up and down the river, or people fishing with lures as the day goes on, you know. And I think these people do intentionally not bring the right equipment. They don't know what the right equipment is to bring, you know. But if that gentleman hooks himself this pike, he's got no mechanism of getting it out. I suspect he's got no mechanism of unhooking it either. It looks like he's just got a lure and his rod, and that's it. And maybe he's got a pair of forceps in his pocket, but I doubt it, to be fair. We have got a pair of forceps with us in the bag, because we know there's a good chance you might hook a pike. So the line is stronger, which should give you a better chance against the line breaking because of the weight of the fish, but it's not really going to help you in terms of the fish biting through the line. Well, it's not really. It's not going to help you in terms of the fish biting through the line. Okay? Son? Just remember that those pike, they thrash around for a bit and then they stop. They'll keep, that's not a problem. It's not a problem, son. Problems with keeping it. Just fish in the same place, be consistent. I'm sure it will come and visit you again. He actually wants to hook the pike. I think I'd probably be wanting to hook the pike as well, wanting to get it out. It's a nice pike. It's not too big, it's about £8. Pike fishing season is definitely coming. There's the pike again. No, don't rush, don't rush. He's hooked it again. He's hooked it again. What is it with my son looking this point? Okay. Now I'll net it. I'll net it. You're just going to slowly try and lift it. Slowly try and lift it. If you can't lift it, don't. Do you want me to? Do you want me to?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, no.
Okay. Slowly try and bring it up. You'll keep a bend in it. If it doesn't want to come, if it's going to break you off, it's going to break you off. Okay? Get the net. Get the net. Okay. It's broken off. So, I think...
Still on. It's still on.
No, the hook's straightened. The hook's straightened. The hook's straightened out.
What?
The hook is straightened out. This is not the gear, son, to be trying to hook this pike. Now, be honest with me, and the 7 people watching, how much did you try and hook the pike versus try and pull the fish straight out?
No, the bush was just
Okay, so take that rig up there. And I'm going to tie the rig again. I'm asking my son like he might be telling fibs. I don't think he's going to tell a fib, but this pike is certainly all over his peg.
Why?
So that the hook is a... Okay, listen. The hook is a fine wire hook. It is not strong enough to get these fish out. Okay? So a bit of me says to you, just maybe stop. Because all that's going to happen... No. All that's going to happen is I'm going to tie another rig, and then you're going to be here in a second because you hooked the pike and the hook snapped you or broken the line again. The issue there wasn't that it broke the line, the issue was that it straightened the hook, and all I've got is these fine wire hooks with me. But next time we're not coming to catch the pike. This is the thing you have to get in your head. Maybe he's right, chat. Maybe he's right. Maybe I should have brought some stronger wire hooks and a different rig to put on the whip in case the pikes arrived. But then all you're going to do, if that happens, is try and catch the pike. And, you know, it's not our goal to try and catch the pike. It's not our goal to leave the fish in longer so the pike grabs them.
It was a big trouble.
Alright? But you understand that though, right? If the Environmental Agency came down and said, are you live baiting with whips to try and catch a pike? I want the answer to be no. And the answer needs to be no. So, you know, these hooks are not designed...
Live bait.
I'll talk to myself. He ain't gonna listen, is he? Trying to teach him about fine wire hooks and heavy gauge hooks. I have to do it when we get home. After he's hooked the pike again, and after it's broken him off again.
Why are you pushing it?
How do you think I'm doing measuring the hook lengths? Measuring the hook lengths by using this pole winder, which is remarkably effective. As it happens. So we've got an hour's fishing, son. Alright? Although at this rate, we haven't got an hour's worth of hooks. What's that?
Live bait is very good.
Yeah, I think so. And you know, he's attacking the pike. I don't know if it's a he or she. It's attacking the fish that are not fit. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how territorial pike are. I would imagine pike are reasonably territorial. I would imagine. I generally don't know. In fact, that's probably complete rubbish. Ouch. But you did much better there. You don't panic. You're just going to hook the pike. It's going to be a heavy weight. You just need to hold it. The only issue that we've got is that it's a fine wire hook. If this was a heavier gauge hook, if this was a you know, Guru MWMG, whatever, the MWG barb variant, it wouldn't be a problem. It's not going to straighten one of those, but it can straighten this fine wire.
Why would we ever use them?
Okay, because we're not fishing for pike.
Yeah, but why would you ever want the weaker so you can get the stronger fish?
Okay, because these are more delicate and they're not as thick and the fish don't see them so much and you get more bites. We're here to catch roach, chublets, gudgeon, perch.
They haven't caught any gudgeon.
Yeah, but you understand that's the type of fish we're here to. We haven't caught any gudgeon because we're not towing along the bottom because there's weed on the bottom. But the thicker the gauge of hook, the more fish are wary of it. You understand that? No, you don't understand that, but that's how it works. At this point, I realise just how much I've not taught him about fishing. And we caught too many F1s. I'm probably going to look at that pike straight away now. Solid with chublets, absolutely solid with them. You can see why the pike's here. It's like being outside of a kebab van. It's just plenty of food. I'm surprised that the pike, however... Sorry? Yeah, I'm talking to the stream, so I'm surprised, however, that the pike, despite getting hooked 3 times now, continues to be very happy to eat and feed in this area. It's not deterring it at all. That last time we had that pike on for a good amount of time, and the only reason we lost it is because that hook straightened. I'm not trying to catch the pike, son. It's a lovely roach. Okay. Now.
Look, completely pushes it away.
Yeah. Now I've watched that bleak. And that bleak can come out of that water significantly quicker than it did. Significantly quicker than it did. I'm asking him if he's pulling those fish out as quick as he possibly can. And he's like, yeah. Alright. No, someone's picking there. What a beautiful thing to see. Remember to try and pull that rig back, otherwise you're really overextending and the rig is struggling to settle properly, and then yeah, because of the way you're fishing, son. I don't know how to explain this to him. Right, because of the way you've just done that, that means you're more liable to hook a bleak. Did you? I'm sure he's trying to tell me, but apart from the pikes there, Dad. He's going to hook it again. All the good fish are going to just swim out your peg with that thump, thump, thump. All of the good fish are going to just leave your peg with that thump, thump, thump of the Olivette. You'll be left with bleak. It's got enough approach, I think. Oh, plenty of boats now. It's interesting, anything that I say to my son now, doesn't matter. He wants to accidentally, I don't think he's going to do it on purpose, he wants to accidentally hook that pike. I think it's quite exciting.
You see that big?
Yeah. Is it a bleak or is it dace? Is it? Is its mouth upturned? Or is, yeah, is it mouth upturned? Yeah, it's a good day, good bleak.
Oh my god.
Fell off. So it does make me want to come and fish the stretch with the pike rods. Quite happy we have 4 rods out here, 2 dead baits on the bottom. 2 dead baits just suspended on the float. The bleak. It could also be a little bit about you flicking that, slamming that Olivette in, that's creating noise that's also helping to attract the pike. Okay, is there anything I can say where you're not going to go no? Is there any sort of question or statement I can put the answer's not going to be no? Should we get ice cream on the way home? Alright, okay, managed to work out what I could say. So I've had a couple of chocolates and then nothing again. Still feeding this caster. I think maybe it's time to try that bit of worm that I said I was going to try. Still plenty of fish there, I think, actually. I just have one run where I don't get a bite and suddenly I think there's no fish. It's solid with fish. Bites now where I'm not getting coming back, no caster. I'm not getting those bites. Maybe it's just a numbers game. I do wonder if those pike are lurking near those keep nets. One more chuck I think, and then I'm going to try a piece of worm. Just missing a few bites on these casters. I don't really know why. Again, miss. What's that, 5 bites in a row missed on the caster? Don't know what's causing that at all. Before that was fish. I don't know. Right, let's try a piece of worm quickly. Huh? You saw the pike? Right, let's try a little bit of worm. Feeling I'm just sitting there, I've got to keep that in, and suddenly for some reason fish topping in it quite regularly. Now there's big pike in this stretch. I've caught one up literally just up by the weir, 18 pound, and I'm told they're bigger. And I've got this feeling this massive pike is just going to come up in a minute like Jaws and just tear its way through my keep net. Trying to get the fish. So I'm in for about 10 bites now on caster, and now on worm. I've not hooked the fish. And I'm really not sure why. Still fish continue to jump in my keep net. Trusty perch, as soon as I put a worm on. See if I can get a bigger one. So I've used, I guess, nearly a pint of caster now. So there are some really nice perch in this stretch. We've had them up to £3. I hooked something earlier on double maggot, which was either a decent perch or chub, or, you know, outside chance it was a barbel. It just broke me straight off. But we're only fishing 011 bottoms, but I'm still on the 011 bottom. Lewis is upgraded to 015 to stop the pike snapping him up straight away. Now we've just got a problem that the hook's not strong enough to get that pike out. But I think these fine wire hooks are doing really well in terms of getting us loads of bites today. Obviously we're not come to catch pike. Another perch. So that was weed then. I left it a little bit longer, and another perch. We'll keep going. We can fish till about 12. We've got about another 30 minutes, son. And then we'll show you what we caught for the day. Take a couple of pictures. It's been a great day. We've had bites all the time since we got here. What time did we get here today? What time did we start fishing? 8 o'clock? It was a bit later, wasn't it? No, it must have been earlier than that, wasn't it? Maybe I had a bit of time getting the stream sorted out. But we were in Greg's just past 7 o'clock, weren't we? And then we went back home, so that's 15 minutes. Yeah, 8 o'clock then probably. So we've had bites, he and I. Pretty much want to chuck since 8 o'clock. And we're fishing 6 metres away from each other. Just on simple 1 gram pole rigs on the whip. Are those smashed out, those maggots you've got on there? They looked quite smashed through to me. As in skins. Yeah, you'll only catch a bleak though. You won't catch a chublet really, or a roach on skin. They're not interested in it. A couple of times I've run that worm through now to no bites, so I'll switch back out, put back on the caster. Something is very agitated in my keep net, and if there isn't a pike, it's only going to serve to attract it. Nearly out of caster. Definite improvement of quality on the fish since using caster, so certainly going to run ourselves off some more. I want to run some for tomorrow actually, in these maggots that we've got are all on the turn, so I should be able to run a couple of pints of caster off for tomorrow. I think that hook point's slightly blunt, and that's the problem. That may be the issue. It's spinning up. No, a little bleak. Yeah, maybe that hook is as sharp as I want it to be. Catching roach. I saw the pike. Successfully rescued the chub. My son. I saw the pike go for it. The massive swirl. would be nice if he could catch it on that whip, but I'm not sure it's going to happen. I think the line's all right. I think the whip's all right. It's just the hook's going to let us down, or let him down. And being able to get it out if he hooks it. It's been great fun though. Definitely think that's something that is great entertainment fishing this part of the Thames. Not only is it absolutely solid with silvers in my mind, it's also got plenty of pike that like eating them, that provide some hilarious entertainment, and they come crashing out the water trying to get them. And we're not even fishing where I would think the pike would be. You know, I'd imagine the pike would be on that far bank, lying in under those, you know, in amongst those trees. You know, we are right near the bank. There's no cover, and you know, if it's one pike, it's one very energetic pike. Otherwise, it's a few. Bites, but I'm not hitting them, and I really don't understand why. Change back to a double maggot. I suspect I'm going to hook a fleek straight away. Well, let's see. He's looking at him. Maggot back out there again, I think. So many bites I'm missing. I don't know why. Yeah. So it's that hook. That's the problem. Doesn't slide through those maggots like I need it to. I suspect that may be a bit of an issue. We're missing a few bites. That one, just to, switch from caster to maggot, and then have a little bit more success at hitting those bites. What's that? One bleak, one chub. I don't know what those ones are. Just in that part of the peg there. Okay, that's the biggest little chub of the day. Oh, pretty happy with that. Where's that? Somewhere like that. You like that one, didn't you? This look of complete contempt on my son's face. I don't know what annoyed him more than the fact that I hooked that and got that chub out, or the fact that it wasn't eaten by a pike, and he's just laid in the first excuse, wanting to compete with me of you should win this. And I think the next words are something like because of the pike or something like that. So we do have a set of scales with us, so we can weigh the fish today. Switch to maggot and add a couple of fish, and then I'll switch back to caster and then have a couple of fish. And there's a very good reason for it, and I've tried explaining it to you and you just say to me no and things like that, and I'll explain again when we get home. But it's not by luck. It's not. It's because of what you're doing and how you're fishing. It's all about that, son. It's all about what you're doing. Huh? No, it's nothing to do with that. It's how you're fishing. No. Okay. Then I won't try to explain it to you, and you keep catching bleak. He won't accept it. Yeah, that hook point is definitely not as sharp as it needs to be. I wonder if maybe that you get a few fish attack the Olivette, thinking it's a caster. I don't know. Just like that. Like, why is there not fish on the end of that? I can't look a caster without bursting it now. We got about another 5-ish minutes really, so we can take some pictures of the catch for the day, son, and then get home with enough time to get something to eat. So, 5 more minutes and then we will call it a day, and then take some pictures of the catch. This boat's hurtling through. Good. Some good chocolates to finish, I think, if I can. Yeah, there's an absolute reason, and I've said that I'll explain it to you. Only if you want to listen. If you don't listen, then, you know, keep believing it's nothing more than luck. It's luck. It's not luck. So if you just join us, what is it, 11:45? We're just about finished on our little session on the River Thames. We've been here since 8 o'clock fishing. We've had bleak and roach and choblets and perch, Lewis has managed to hook the pike 3 times, I think. We've certainly seen it go for his fish more than that. So he has had a little bit of a pike issue. But it's not deterred his fish. I'm fishing upstream from him. I'm fishing about 6 metres apart. He's pretty much had a bite of chuck. 4 hours. It's been pretty phenomenal, really. Off out to Sutton Courtenay Angling Club match tomorrow. Fishing at a place called Buscott Park, I think it is. Never been there before. Never seen it. I tried to do a bit of homework. Saw a video on a couple of videos on YouTube of people catching a couple of carp in it. But I suspect it's bream, tench, crucians and bonus carp. Much like and then roach and stuff, much as if I was fishing something like Willow Park 30 years ago when I was a kid. Before carp became a mainstay in commercials. And tench was the mainstay, you know, and then bream, depending on which venue you're at. So I'm looking forward to that. And fingers crossed I'll stream that. The weather looks like it's not going to be fantastic, so it might be today is a single camera stream, or I'll get the rest of the stuff out. But I'll judge it by the weather forecast in the morning. But hopefully I've got a signal to stream. Missing loads of bites again. I've hopefully got a signal to stream from there tomorrow. I can't hear you. Yeah, and listen. What you should say, or well, this is what I would want you to say, and I don't think you're ever going to say it, because I probably never said it to my dad, is, Dad, can you explain to me why you're catching chub and I'm catching bleak? And I would say, absolutely, son, I'll explain it to you. No, it's not because there's a pike. See, this is the... How do you do this? Does anyone know? Can anyone watching the stream please tell me how he will accept any sort of explanation of why it's different, other than he's hard done by because there's a pike? That's the only thing that he believes. And there's a book called The Mind of Kids. He acknowledges that the fish are different, and then won't accept. It's not the same. He thinks it's the same.
Why is he walking around?
He thinks, I don't know. So that's the problem. He thinks there's a big sandbank out there. So for some reason, my son thinks he's doing exactly the same as me, and that's the problem. It's not the same. 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 Definitely not the same. That in there lies the problem, I think, son. You think you're doing the same as me, and you're not. And I know you're not, and you think you are. And I'll tell you what we're doing differently later, but you're not accepting that. Well, I'm trying to explain to you. I'm not going to go through it now. We're going to finish up the stream, and you know, I don't think everyone watching wants to completely listen to the parenting discussion between you and I. He won't accept it. Oh, that's good fun. I'm glad we're recording the stream. You know, you can watch this in 10 years time, 20 years time, 30 years time maybe. I'll make a little video of it for him. Fishing with your dad. Unfortunately, I don't have anything like that for me and my dad, but maybe I'll make a little video of it and he can watch it. He's going to explain it again. He hasn't fished in the same place for about 2 hours. about 2 hours he's been flicking it straight in front of him. Hooking bleak because of the way the rig's all stretched out. Yet he believes it's the same. I think what I'll do is I'll get him to watch. Get him to watch the stream and then he'll see. Right, so I said 5 more minutes, didn't I? Right, so we'll do maybe another couple of fish each, son, and then we'll call it a day. Mine will be chub, yours will be bleak. Boat Central all of a sudden. Just there, the chub was sitting. It's sitting just off the back of that peg. Bleak grabbed hold of that. Right, maybe one more fish each. It's taking too long. Or one more after that one for you if you want, I don't know. Still gonna keep feeding even though I want one more fish. There. That's where the chub are. It's more of a case it's got to get to them. There. I'm terrible for one more, on top of one more, on top of one more. Right, now it's going to have to be one more regardless of bleak or chub. I think it's a bleak. I think it's already on. Alright, smell up. Smell up. So how are we going to do this? Are we going to show your fish and then weigh your fish? And then mine? How do you want to do it? Mine first. Okay. So. Oh. So the rig today has been very simple. A size 18 fine wire micro barb hook from Guru to an 011 hook length. I've got two number 8 droppers, 0.8 Olivette, just with two number 8s around it. It's a 1 gram float, and I've fished it 6 inches off the bottom, 6 to 8 inches off the bottom. There's a bit of weed on the bottom that I could feel with the as I plumbed up this morning. And I've a little 3 meter whip A-class series from Guru. I should be able to just put that rig back on there like that for the next time. So that's the rig. Oh, an AS8 float, 1 gram from Drennan. Right, let's quickly put this stuff. I'll get rid of the bottom of those casters. Put the whip away. Simple screw cap. And I'll just put the rig on the top. Plastic bag ready to go. Next time we come out. Simple. That's all you need. £10 that whip. Guru AClass 3 metre whip, telescopic. Great value, I think. You know, just a whip and a pole rig for fishing. Right, I'll run these maggots off. Turn that into a pint of caster over the course of the day, I think. And let's try and get fish out. You bring the landing net then. I'll get the fish out. Put them in the net, take a picture. Huh? Oh, okay. Well, can we do mine and then I'll then end the stream, or you want yours on the stream as well? I don't know what you want. Huh? Okay, can you put the rig safe on the end? Because you know dogs. Can you put the rig safe on the whip? Because the way dogs come hurtling over and then end up getting caught on the line. Let's not have that. Despite how much the dogs annoy me. Well, the dogs don't annoy me. Dogs are interested in fishing. Sometimes the owners annoy me. So let's we'll just get that. It's going to be a nice way to end the stream. Unhook the... Yeah, undo it. That's it. And actually really make it wet first. Can you give it to me? Make it wet. That's it. Oh, it might take a bit of effort to pull this keep out. To get some short bank sticks. So don't lose that thread. Do you want to get the scales? They're in the bag if you want to weigh them. How much? £8.
Yeah.
So it's £1 for the net. So if you could take a picture, please, son. In your most professional picture taking ability. Absolutely loads of choblets and bleak and some roach, a couple of perch. I fished a well.
You got that?
All good? Hat straight.
No.
Which way? Okay. £7 of fish. Caught on the whip.
Yeah, you're right. It's
All good. Couple upright shots and then we're done. In fact, let's do one of those really artful poses while I get down here like this.
Trying not to get
Well, just tell us to move it and I'll move it. So, £7 of choblets. So, let's see what you got, son. See what you got. Huh? Well, I think we'll catch one fish after we've done your fish. Come on, put it out. Put it out, son. Just pull the whole thing out. Oh, look at the pike. Yeah. Hooked it 3 times. It's a pike like that.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Think again before I go swimming again.
Oh, there's big pike in here.
Really?
Yeah, £25 pike in here. They'll eat a duck, but not a person. Right. Let's see what we've got in here. Oh, he's got a few, he's got a few. Got a few. We'll reset that. Look at those pounds. Right. Look at it. Just keep lifting at the rack. Yeah. Keep lifting. Keep lifting at the rack. Yeah. Yeah. Right in there.
Oh, 2.
Come on. What you got? It's £4. Yeah?
Yeah.
Alright. Purchase the nice ones for sure. Huh?
Oh, wait, no.
There's a nice perch in there. Okay, display the fish. Take some pictures.
I only have 3 cards.
Yeah. No, look at me. Turn.
Wait.
Yeah, just put that one in and then look at the camera. Yeah, that's good.
Right, and now with the roach. I know there's another big roach. Oh, another big perch.
Okay, we need to be quickish. Good job.
Where's the big roach?
And that, everyone. Yeah.
I had a big
And that's the
roach.
end of our stream. So I hope you enjoyed it. This has been me, Graham, him, Lewis. So I've catch the silvers down the Thames. Pull the whole lot in. Pull the whole lot in at once. Some lovely big fish. I hope you enjoyed it. Catch you on the next one, hopefully tomorrow. And see how we get on at Buscott Park. Buscott Farm? Buscott Park. Can't remember. On Sutton Courtney Angling Club club match. So thanks very much for watching, and as ever, if you're catching this now or later and you're not subscribed to the channel, hit that subscribe button. That'd be great. I'd really appreciate it. It supports the channel and makes us want to come out and catch loads more fish.